Hello, everyone. We're jumping straight in. I'm painting Slenderman. We're going with a black and white scheme. Think Venom. If you don't know this model, it's a nemesis monster from Kingdom Death. He is like a Victorian version of the internet meme cryptid, whatever. So, yeah, I'm going to take a little more time than I normally would. Be like a little... Oh, hello. Rocky Boy Ted, thanks for the tier 1 gifted sub. Appreciate it. I'm going to take a little more time than I normally would in the base coating. I'm going to be a little more precise and gentle here. And because majority of the model is going to be blacks anyways, like half the model is already base coated. Hi, Taste. Hi, everyone else on the team. Where's my screaming antelope? Or my screaming god? Where is it? I need to paint. A giant angry antelope from Jacques Alexander Jouat. In case you guys don't know, Jacques, he's the sculptor of that model, and he also did the Gambler and the Ivory Dragon and quite a few others actually. He's very good. The man is crazy. So yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to, one, it'll help you guys see sort of what's going on with this model, because sadly, black primer does not show up the best on camera. I am also attempting to stay off of the tendrils. Do we really think it's going to actually be that big on the table? Yes. I guess what's it called's coming out too. What's the is it Parasite Queen? Ooh, so exciting. Titan B will be with Oblivion Mosquito, right? Is that correct, or am I thinking wrong? Honeycomb Weaver, that's the one. I get my names confused. There's so oh god, there's so many more bosses coming out. Thomas David. James Jungle, hello. Yeah, Thomas has done a lot of models also. He has sculpted a ton for Kingdom Death. Hello. Yeah, I mean they sold the like naked bundle or whatever where it's just the figure, but I don't buy those because the actual figure is coming eventually, so I'm okay. The only one I bought was the Storm Knight, just because really, really big fan of that model. And mine is already painted. Okay, so there's the hands. Let's do his legs because he's wearing shorts. I thought about doing stockings, but I find the idea of him wearing shorts very funny. Anybody ever fought a level 3 Slenderman? He is a jerk. It's one of those fights where like you only do it a couple of times. You fight the cat and like quarry monsters so much you get a pretty good idea of how they work. Some of the nemesis, like mechanically and stuff, can change quite a bit between fights. So I don't feel like you get like a great sense of the mechanic of the fight to like learn like optimal strategies. I guess you could like play it over and over and over again, but that feels kind of like cheating. I'll give you guys a little idea about this guy. He likes to teleport behind people and like he jumps around the board a lot. He wants to isolate, go after isolated characters. Almost like the very lore accurate to the J. Matthias, thank you for the Prime. Oh, you converted your Prime into a tier 1. Thank you. May I ask an off-topic question? I just had my first airbrush. Is there any advice you could give me before I use it for the first time? Learn what paints thin with what. Not all paints are the same. Some acrylics are water-based, some are alcohol. Using alcohol and water-based acrylics can gunk up your airbrush. So yeah, you need to learn what thins with what. I'm afraid to try an airbrush? Nah, it's easy. Once you get the feeling for how the paint's thin and stuff, it's not bad. Jay Matthias, I use whatever I like. I do not have any one particular paint brand that I'm like, it's the best. They do different things well. Each one does different things well. So, and also how I paint could be different from how you paint. So I think it is important to get a feeling for the different paints and learn what you like about each one. Okay, this might seem a little weird, but I'm going to base coat. I have some of the Chimera Velvets. I don't have the pastel ones, but I've used them, yeah. I'm going to base coat the whites with this. Actually, speaking of paint, maybe we should do this. Oh, I don't, hold on. All right, my address is over there. Yeah, we can have an unboxing right now. Mystery box number 1 of 5. Ritual purple. So these are the new Reapers they sent me. Those are all like skin tones and stuff. I don't really want those. The Reaper sent me new paint, the new formula, so we should try it. These are very pastel-y yellow. Well, that's very pink. Monarch purple. Okay, we'll try that. Oranges, I don't need those. What we got in here? Some grays, ebony flesh. That is metallics. Throw that in the trash. I'm just kidding. I'm never going to use it. Owlbear brown, olive skin, some kind of red, some kind of green. Some blues. Oh, this is nice. I like this one. Rich indigo. It's a good color. brown liner. Russet brown, dragon blue, phantom glow. This one looks cool too. Phantom glow. Bloodstained red. Merfolk. Requiem red. Okay. A bunch of these are like here. Trying to it's like, yep, some different colors in here. Get out of here, box. What's in here? They got a lot of like pastels, seems. Camo green. Got a pink. What do we got? OG Burgundy wine. Sweet berry wine is what they should have called it. Storm Chaser. Ruddy Flash. Oh my god, there's so many flesh tones. Well, not the most helpful for this model, considering we're not painting a lot of what's it called? Skin. But we will try these out in a minute when I get to it. When I get to one where I want to use it. Okay. Paint his ruffles. Oh, okay. Vajrakel. That's what I'm going to go with. Thanks for the follow. And Typhoon SC, thanks for the Prime 9 months. Thank you. I just grabbed a few like purples and stuff. So we'll try those out when we get to them. Yeah, a lot of what they sent me was skin tones, and if I was thinking about it, maybe I would have painted like a bust or something instead. But I randomly decided to paint Slenderman today, so yeah. They said use some of the new greens and yellows, or purples and yellows, yeah. I mean, their old paints were pretty good, so again, it's just like, what do paint is very personal. I'm a firm believer in that it is important to find what works best for you. Don't listen to me or anyone else about what paint to use. Try them out. Find what you like and find what works best for you. It's just whatever, this somber gray. It's like the equivalent of Fenris gray or something like that. So the reason I'm using this sort of tone here, because I'm going to add, it's going to get like more white and more gray as I go up, but I'm trying to get this sort of purplish undertone to it. And then the black sections of the fabric will also have a sort of purplish highlight to them. I have no idea if this part of the collar is also white. But I'm doing a kind of like purple and blue black color scheme to keep it cold. Serenity Minis, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. So we got to paint all the little cuffs and stuff. Little frilly shirt cuffs. Because he's a fancy lad. Which I guess in a time, it would be funny if they made a, so they have a series called like Death High or something, the high school Kingdom Death characters. They just make Death High Slenderman and he's just regular old Slenderman in a business suit. Okay, there's that one. I don't know about these frilly parts here. He's got some up here. Yeah, the lion is the principal. Principal white lion. I guess probably these should be white. I also quite like the sci-fi series. So, yeah, I'm just trying to get some part separation happening here. Knowing like what my shadow tone for my white is going to be. Obviously, the shadow tone for the black is just black. And then I'll slowly build up from there. But this should give some pretty decent part separation. So when you're painting white materials, don't leave your shadows of your whites too dark. This might even be a little too dark for white, but we'll see. I know you can't see this, but I'm trying to get up under there. Separate, get these base coated properly. You know, when I'm playing the game and I'm busy looking up his coattails. I've been angling for a Death High Zell. Which one's Zell? This guy looks like that one Digimon? I don't know. What Digimon is that? I don't know nothing about no Digimon. Other than they're Digimon, digital monsters, Digimon are the something. I just know the jingle. The Screaming Antelope. Oh, okay, I haven't painted her yet. I know the one you're talking about, though. She is pretty cool. She's not the coolest, though. Because the coolest Indomitable Survivor is Gust Knives. But he's getting a second model. All right. So that gives us... No, I didn't buy Summer Grimmery. I tend to buy just game content stuff because I know the other stuff I'll just never paint. Like, my Kingdom Death painting time is already limited to like stream and occasionally when I'm just like, I really want to paint one. So normally when I do paint one, it's something that is usable in game. So I don't tend to paint the weirder ones. Know what I mean? All right. So now we will grab some of this new Monarch Purple. Yeah, there's the Grimmery, but he's supposed to come out as but that was a beta. So the one with the cool Kusariyama, that thing is sick. I also want his brother to come out as an actual model because I think he's very cool looking too. Okay, this I know. All right. It's a little more saturated than I thought it would be. It's like, yeah, his brother is, what is his name? He's the one with the like scythe and the shield. He's wearing like black leather armor. He was a beta. He was another beta. Repocratus. Yeah, there you go. That's his brother. So this looks pretty dark. We might have to add something to give it a little oomph. Now, Repocratus isn't that old. All right, so this sort of dark grayish purple here. Now we're going to start picking out some highlights on the fabric. So you can see the highlights from the camera. I'm going to basically be kind of following along with that. Hello. He's that old? Come on. Boots, where's my Repocratus? The Gundam Builder. Hi. Thanks for following. Okay, get some highlights on his stomach. I'm going to do too much to his legs here. We're going to get some highlights on his sleeves. Paint very thin lines. You can see the wet paint. There you go. That's the highlight I'm aiming for. To make it look kind of... I guess we're aiming for like a sort of satin or something. Up here where there's like basically nothing but filigree, I'm not going to mess with that too much. Is this from a specific game or just yeah, it's from Kingdom Death. Kingdom Death Monster. He is one of the monsters that you can encounter. You're missing out if you've never played it. It's so good. My favorite board game, potentially, ever made. I think I'll do a slightly different color for his boots or for his shoes. I'm not too worried about some of the highlights on the back of the arm here. His tentacles like really get in the way. I do need to do them on this part though. His coattails. Oh yeah, man. Slenderman is dapper, dude. All right, so that'll give us some, at least, initial highlights, and then we'll push it from there. So we'll mix a little more purple, some more of this white, to get like this sort of lilac-y color. Now, I know I've talked about it a lot because of painting Space Marines, Death Watch, but when you're doing black materials, it's important to leave a good amount of black. Like, you don't want to overdo how much you cover the black. Otherwise, it stops looking like black and starts looking like gray. So just be aware that it is quite easy to go overboard. Well, I've got a whole bunch of videos on painting a Death Watch kill team. Excuse me. Painting a Golden Demon winning Death Watch kill team. Like black, you have the same black on the mini parts that you use for black lining. You don't need black lining on black. I mean, I guess it's still technically black light. You just leave space. You just leave the black in the recesses. So like on his collar here, right, or on his cuff here, I'll end up doing some like edge highlights, but the black lines will still just be black. You'll see. You'll all see. Yeah, people cover way too much when they do black, and it ends up, they lose the feeling of black. You have to leave some of it. So now, right? So now we start to get like some highlights. Starts to define some of the volumes. Then we can start to blend things together a little bit. Hello. Hi, Eric. Hi, everyone. Already thinking about buying some KDM, just don't know where to start, I guess. I want a ready-to-play extension like the Millennium Butcher or the Black Knight to try with some friends. Not where I would start. You still need the core game to play those. So, I mean, the core game is where to start. And the core game will last you a very long time, by the way. unless you play it an absolute enormous amount. Pete, hello. What's the lore with this guy? It's Slenderman. I don't know, dude. He's weird. There's not much lore. He creeps around and does creepy stuff. He's creeping. What makes him creep? That he sneaks up behind you and sucks you into dark water to drown you in. Do you play any other games you like as much or as almost as much in Kingdom Death? I asked to get a sense of where our tastes might overlap. I mean, I can play some more games, but like games like Kingdom Death. Um, I mean, if I had to compare Kingdom Death to other games, it would probably more likely be video games. Some people say it's similar to like Gloomhaven. If you like Gloomhaven, you will very likely enjoy Kingdom Death. They're tendrils. They're creepy tendrils. Yeah, it's like... Did I get rid of TV? Yeah, I sent him back. I deported him back to France. So get out of here. Well, the next time someone comes to stay, then yes, I will try and get someone else on stream. So yeah, I'm going to do his shoes and his tendrils a different color, like a slightly different shade of black, so that we can create some distinction. So it'll be like a more oily black or something. I don't know. Maybe more like a blue black. Is the black you were leaving showing here the Yes, it's the primer. Why go? It is black acrylic. Why go? Why do all that? That sounds like a waste of time. Why cover the black with more black? Okay. So here's what we need to do now. Gotta come back with some of the actual black and like more thin down. And you guys are no way you're going to be able to see this, but I'm just trying to soften some of that transition there. Bring back the dark lining of the cuffs. Get some of the folds back. The black might not match. It will if you varnish it. If you varnish it afterwards, you shouldn't really be able to see the difference in blacks. He's a creepy boy. This is the creepiest. $2026, baby, it's the year of the monsters. I'm getting them done. Don't hold me to that. They're definitely not all getting done. But I have gotten quite a few done. I mean, this year already, no, I'm not going to count how many I have left. It's too many. I just realized I should probably do the cuffs like a different color too, so it's whatever. Like not the cuffs, but the trim of the cuffs. There's a lot left to go. Zbiz, thanks for the prime. Okay. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. Let's take some of this and start to add some white. That might be too pink. I'm gonna check like a gray tone, a more grayish tone, or look for a more grayish tone. Something cooler. How's this? This is quite gray. Let's see if it's different than the one that I put on the palette. Yeah, it's a little more gray. And this year I've already painted Frog Dog, the Red Witches. Now we're painting Slenderman. Atlas. Technically he was the end of last year, but I finished him this year, so I'm counting it. I like that. It's white, right? But it's got some color to it. It's a little bit of warmth against the bluish skin tone. He is weird. He doesn't even have a face. And everything in Kingdom Death has faces. This guy is like the weirdest thing you could be. Even the ground, even the floor has faces. Get out of here, Bubbles. I don't like when it does that. It's annoying. Because then it sometimes dries annoying like that. So, if you get little bubbles in your little holes. What color is the head going to be? I don't know yet. Maybe some sort of creepy skin tones or something. Or maybe the same white. But I kind of want to do a different white because... I don't want it like right next to the ruffles unless I do the ruffles with like a pattern also. Oh, hell yeah, Dave. Some Boo Rudy, dude? Yeah, they're very odd. It's like weird, like morphing face vein scar things. It's odd. It's just odd. I honestly think that the ruffle is going to be like the most pain in the ass part to paint on the whole figure, but could be easier to do it with a wash. Probably easier to do it with a wash. Yes, he speaks Spanish, Dave. He's a Mexican, not a Mexicant. AC Miniatures, what up, Aaron? Thanks for the raid. Hello. How's everyone doing? Hope you're all good. Hello, Hellglazer. Hi, Raiders. My name is Eric. I paint miniatures. Sometimes I judge painting contests. Right now I'm painting Slenderman. For my tabletop gaming. Things are good. How are you? Are you already on to the next? The next project? Working on stuff for Essen? I have painted Sunstalker, yes. That's good that you're just painting something for funsies. Gotta take a break once in a while. Same with me. This is just for funsies. Until it's not fun anymore and he beats me up. We lost a campaign to this guy, actually. It was a Sunstalker campaign. He ended it. You have to run a boss gauntlet at the end of the game, and if you lose to any of them, the campaign ends. That is specific to the Sunstalker campaign. How is everyone doing, Raiders? Good? If it's your first time here, we keep it pretty chill. Feel free to ask questions or whatever, and I will try and answer them. I might do a little cast shadow for fun on his ruffles. Normally I wouldn't bother painting cast shadows on a figure like this, but it could be fun. If you were a hot dog, would you eat yourself? I know I would. And I wash myself down with an ice cold Budweiser. If the moon was made out of barbecue spare ribs, would you eat it? Daft Tom, thanks for the prime. Hey, of course I got the reference, dude. Love some old Will Ferrell SNL days. Talk about Bill Brasky. How old do you think I am, Nim? Because I got a surprise for you. When it comes to cast shadows, if you put one on the ruffles, would you feel compelled to do the mouse fur on the model? Nah. Nah. Nah, he's too skinny and whatever to bother doing them. He's always shaking his head. I'm a Harry Carey. Dude, you know what always drove me? Do you know Harry Carey from reality or from Will Ferrell? I know Harry Carey from both. He was the announcer for the Chicago Cubs. for like a really long time. Mac attacks. Hello. I mean, I've known of him before Will Ferrell's impression. Yes. Not that I watched a ton of baseball. Not a big baseball guy. Or listen to, I guess. So I could try and blend this better, but gotta paint the filigree and stuff, and once you do that, who cares? It looks good enough, especially when I don't look at it with the glasses on. Dude, you know what drove me nuts about like you guys are talking about Legend of the Hidden Temple. That was the most rage-inducing show ever. Because all the kids on that show, it's like they'd never watched the show before. Like, oh, this monkey goes together in 3 parts? How will I ever figure this out? I swear they asked them, like, have you ever watched the show before? And if they said yes, it was like immediately yeah, they just immediately like just disqualified from being on the show. Dude, the worst was when okay, so it was a game show on Nickelodeon back in the day, for context for people, and they had to run like this obstacle course at the end that's all Aztec themed or whatever, and there's this one room that they would go in with a tree, and sometimes there's a guy in the tree that'll grab you, and then you have to give him an amulet or whatever. But sometimes there wasn't someone in the tree, and you could like put your arm in the tree and get a thing you needed to solve the puzzle. And I swear, I would watch the show, and the kids would go in that room, and you would see the arms of the tree moving because there's a guy in it, and they would still stick their hand in the tree like they didn't see the dude's arms moving. Hi, Mostly Making. Thanks for the Prime. It's just so infuriating. Anyways, I'm going to take a quick break. Now that I'm so angry about Legends of the Hidden Temple, I need a cigarette. How are we going on the Slender Boy? Okay. Things are going okay. Let's work on the hands a little more. The hands and the whatever this is called. The legs. That's the name for those things. You know, his feet arms. A little more blue. Just a touch. A touch bit more blue. That's good. They brought American Gladiators back for a while. Like Netflix bring it back again or something. Oh, new season of Taskmaster. I do like Taskmaster. I believe The Boys also started today. Or starts tonight. Something like that. I'm also, well, I don't know if I'm caught up on Invincible. I might have one episode to watch. But yeah, I've been watching Daredevil. Not as into this season. I don't know. There's something I like. I like Fisk and Bullseye's cool, but we've had 5 seasons of Daredevil, and yeah. Anyways, so just creating some bit of highlights on these legs. My man's calves. I did not do the best job removing the mold line on his leg. Shh, don't tell anyone. I was afraid I'd sand his leg right away. Diego, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Hello. All right, let's push the light a bit more. That's maybe slightly too much. But we can always filter back over the top if we want to lower it down a little bit. Eric, I want to ask a question about heavy metal style. Is there a rule to do NMM instead of TMM? There's no clear light direction, and well, I'm terrible with true metal. Is there a rule? No. Sometimes they do TMM, sometimes they do NMM. I think it just depends on the model. Like, Sanguinor, or at least the old one, was non-metallic metal. What's his name? Who's the Age of Sigmar Slanesh guy? No, he's asking specifically about the heavy metal style, not Golden Demon. Sigvold. Yeah, Sigvold is painted in non-metallic metal. I think they only really do non-metallic metal when they have like a special character or something that they want to be fancy on, but most of the time it's true metallics. Hi, Pikmin. What's heavy metal style? Heavy metal style is the studio style of Games Workshop. But there is some variation even within the style. So depending on who did it, like you'll occasionally see some differentiation. I mean, generally speaking, they have a pretty standardized style. But sometimes they do a little bit their own thing. Depends on who the painter is, but most of the time I would say it's pretty consistent. I have no idea if he's supposed to be wearing leggings or not, but don't care. I find the shorts funny. Are you supposed to use that style? No. You don't have to use any style for Golden Demon. You just paint a cool model. Just do what you want. Paint a cool model. That's it. That's the rules. Stick to the IP. I mean, just go look at the winners and you can see that they don't all have the same style. That's the goofiest. I love some Golden Demon hot takes, by the way. Yeah, paint a cool model, paint it really well. Make sure you stick to the lore. That's it. That is the rules. That is how to win a Golden Demon. Or ask people who are lore experts. I mean, that would be my suggestion. Find someone who is and double check with them if you're going to do some crazy stuff. Huh? Do any of the heavy metal artists participate in GD? They can only participate in the open. Games Workshop employees are not allowed to participate in the Golden Demon. I mean, I've talked about this. I talked about this last week, but all of the hot takes, like you have to do X or Y, are BS. Besides, you have to stick to the lore. That one's real. And it's in the dang rules. I love when Albert does the. So Albert Moretta will do the like myth busting every year of people's like. Because people will always say those certain things of like, you have to do X or Y. And he's like, oh yeah? Dude, Nicholas's work was so good. I mean, I'm not saying anything surprising there. There wasn't really any drama this year, I don't think. Not much, anyways. I think we had a relatively drama-free Golden Demon this year. Okay, I like that. I'm going to add some magenta to his fingers. And then I got to pick a color for his nails. So let's grab. Is Cardinal Purple? That might be too strong. But maybe it'll work. Yeah, let's give it a go. What's the worst that could happen? And I'm trying to stick to mostly cool colors, so probably something black and shiny. Yeah, or white, like an off-white. So I'm going to do this. You can see I'm doing some adding just a touch of color to the fingers. I might do it around the ankles too a little bit, but maybe not. Or maybe just around the knees. Here, let's give them a little pink around the knees. And probably around the ankles. But trying to just add some coloration to the skin. Make them look a little more, adds just a little bit of life. All right, guys. We were talking about cryptids the other day. And it was also Easter this weekend. So let's check the hive mind. Is the Easter Bunny a cryptid? I would say yes. Do cryptids have to be creepy? Some might argue the Easter Bunny is creepy. Yeah, I would say the Tooth Fairy is a cryptid. Krampus is a cryptid. I'd even maybe say Santa is. Technically, the Tooth Fairy doesn't steal the teeth of the young. It's a financial transaction. Unless you're talking about the other Tooth Fairy where it actually like rips the teeth out. I feel like there's a nonverbal contract there when you put the tooth under the pillow. Okay, so that gives us a little bit of pink around the fingers, which I think looks pretty cool. They grow back. Luckily, it's worth it. Ah, they grow back. It's fine. Babies, they get the second set of teeth for a reason. Yeah, has anyone ever actually gotten a photo of me? No. I'm constantly just like this at cons. Okay, I kind of like that. Now, what do we want to do with the nails? I kind of want to just do them black. Black just feels right. Yeah. So cool, Van? Hello. How do I get into Feedback Friday? My GD entry got notable and I'm looking for feedback. Well, you have to be a Prime sub or you have to be a sub, which you are. Then you join the Discord. Then you link your Discord with your Twitch account, and then you'll get access to the Feedback Friday channel. And then you have to tell me that you will not be entering it into Essen. No, I think the Tooth Fairy eats the teeth. I think she snacks on them. She's crunching them teeth, dude. What? I mean, it's either that or she's making a whole lot of necklaces. Like, what? I am doing classes. I have to sign the agreement. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah. Yeah, I'm teaching. Okay. Now he's got some black nails. What is that? Get out of here. So much filigree to do. Hmm. How to do the filigree. White or... I kind of want to do it white. I was thinking white or gold. Gold seems like a huge hassle, though. Oh, it's going to take some time. And I probably should just start with an even lighter color. But yeah, I think I'm just going to go with white. Don't know if I want to do that tonight. Okay. Then the last thing to think about is what color his head is going to be. I might use like similar purpley tones and then go with like some warmer colors. So like do a filter with the magenta on the head also. Or I'll do it the same blue. But it's like not really, I don't know. Is it his face? Like what is it? It's not like a mask. Just make a decision. You're pretty sure he has a mask? You're pretty sure? Like you know about Slenderman? You're Slenderman expert all of a sudden when you came in and asked, what is this thing? Well, this isn't just normal Slenderman. This is KDM Slenderman. He's different. I think he's a guy who's actually lost his face. Which might actually be lore accurate. Aha. See? How the turns have tabled. Okay. Time is it? We've been going 2 hours. I'm try and get a little bit of this filigree done. It's not easy, it's E-Z-E. Ping. Sephirotic. Hello. Welcome. Oh, these are tiny lines. All right. Then you got to come back and draw a little line in between. Clean up your mistakes. It's important. Even on camera, yeah. Your boy, we paint thin lines. So that you can do this. And then you can like kind of see them. Do I hold my breath when doing line? No. No. My hands don't shake. Steady as a rock, baby. Could have been. Sight of blood generally doesn't bother me either, so I guess I could have been a surgeon if I wanted to go to medical school for that long. I'm not surprised I missed a good UFC while I was at Adepticon. That is the rules. It's a rule that if I'm traveling, then the fight is going to be amazing. Like, that's just how it works. If I don't get to watch it, it's going to be insane. Murphy's Law. or something. So there's kind of the idea. Now we need to push the highlights more on the white fabric. Make it actually look white. I guess we could do like little dots or something. Make it feel like lace, maybe. I don't know. Whatever. It's a doily. Not on my TV stand. I didn't have them on my TV stand, but they were on the furniture in the nice room that no one sits in. You know the one. The one that only guests use when they come over, but the family never uses. That is the most middle America, like middle class America thing ever. I feel like that's really going away, though. That's some boomer stuff right there. Oh, so nice that you can afford a house where one of the rooms is literally pointless. Ours just has a rowing machine and a cabinet full of Kingdom Death models in it. That's what I'm saying. Pointless rooms. Leave a comment if you had a pointless guest like room with furniture that you never sat on. Let's see who made it this far into the video. No. The guest bedroom doesn't count. It has to be like a guest. It's like a living room with a coffee table and everything. but only guests sat in there. We called it the living room, and then the guest where everyone watched TV, or the room where everyone watched TV, was the den. And we had fancy plates and stuff, but my parents used, or my mom used them at, like Thanksgiving and stuff. I feel like that stuff is so going away. Millennials are killing the pointless furniture market. I'm too utilitarian for that stuff. If or when, whatever, I move out and get my own place, my kitchen is going to have one of those like racks where you can just like hang up all the pots and pans up above. I like open, accessible things. Just like my paints are all just sitting in a cart right here. I don't have things on shelves or anything. I don't like to have to reach for stuff. I don't like to have to go open crap to go get stuff. Keep it accessible. I can understand, like, if you have cats or something or whatever, that's like knocking crap in the floor. Where do you paint then? I paint in the room over the garage. at my desk in this room. I'm feeling okay about this. I like the purpley black. I think it works pretty well with the blue. I think it'll be cool when I start to do the little tendrils. What's this? Adam Savage calls it first order retrievability. Everything dies in a drawer. Exactly. Yes. Now, in my garage, a lot of stuff is put in cabinets and drawers because I don't want to get sawdust all over it. But that's just the nature of the beast. So a lot of tools and things are in drawers. But it's not as big a deal. Now, if I had, like if it was my job and I did a lot of woodworking, then I probably would find another solution. Because then it would start to drive me nuts. But I don't do that every day, so it doesn't matter that much. Maybe then I would do stuff like tools that get used all the time. Like go on like racks or something where it's like if I had a bunch of hand planes or whatever that I used constantly, I would probably have them on some kind of rack out in the open, or chisels, whatnot, as opposed to keeping them all packed away. But yeah, that's the idea. Anyways, I think I'm gonna stop here on him tonight. I think you guys kind of get where this is going. I will keep working on it, but this is sort of where Slenderman's going. I think the base is going to be kind of fun. It's going to be sort of simple. I need to just like, let's do that real quick. I'm going to get just like a color down on the base. I'm going to use like a neutralish sort of gray here. And then the idea after that will be to do like a black ink or black, like, yeah, we'll just say ink, whatever. Like pool leaking from his feet. I saw someone else do that. Sorry, I don't remember who did that. I've seen a couple people paint him and do that, and I thought it was very cool. Where he's like rising up out of the black water or whatever, because he teleports around through the mysterious black water. So afterwards I'll have like, yeah, Kind of like what's that movie? The Ring, you know, where she's always like leaving water behind. You guys know that movie, The Ring? Ever heard of it? But I just want to do this to like separate him from the base. Yeah, it's a pretty indie movie. Yeah. Kind of a cult classic. Not a lot of people have seen it. How many of those did they actually make? Yeah, it's the one about the two short guys walk into a volcano. Yep. Like that. It becomes three short guys eventually. Yeah, I wasn't speaking of the Japanese one. I was just curious how many American or English ones they made. Three. Okay. Drive it into the dirt. I guess not as many as they made Screams. What horror franchise has the most movies? That's an interesting question. Is it Halloween? Could be Friday the 13th. Godzilla's not a horror franchise. Get out of here. Friday the 13th, including the Jason? Oh, like you're including Freddy versus Jason? They're not part of Friday the 13th. No, they are Friday the 13th. Yeah. I'm thinking of Nightmare on Elm Street. Is it Friday the 13th, really? No, Saw only has like six and then Spiral or something. There's no way. Yeah, Halloween has 13. There's 11 Saw movies. No, there's not 11. Come on. I think Halloween might be the most. There's a lot. There's Jason X is not Jason 10. It's just Jason in space. Friday the 13th only has 12 films. Are we including Freddy vs. Jason in that? Because if we are, that makes 13. Puppet Master has 15 movies? Dang, dude. I forget what that director's name was, but man, he was just like cranking them out, wasn't he? I think that guy was kind of known for being a bit of a... just like whatever, good enough. That's crazy, though. That's a lot. Slender boy. See, they skip over a bunch of stuff in that list you gave. See, because Bond, yeah, I know Bond has like a ton, but they miss like Godzilla, they miss all the crappy horror movies that have a million sequels. Oh, when you start adding animated movies, it gets way worse. Because then you start getting into like, yeah, you'd be like, oh, how many movies does Gundam have or whatever? And it's probably like 30. Hi, YouTube. We're painting Slenderman again. Time to work on lots of little tiny trim. So, yeah. Gonna need to bust out the glasses. And I will get cracking. Hi, Corum. Hi, Declan. Hi, Zufkus. So let's just get some black. Hi, Flapjack. So, starting with, let's start with the back because the back is pretty visible. Like you can really see the trim on this part. I want to make sure that the trim has some outlining. It's not like super necessary to blackline around this because the white is going to be pretty high contrast anyways, but it will make it look more finished overall in the end. A little bit. So yeah, we're just trying to get this nice and dark lined. When you have curves like this, it can be difficult to reach some of these inside curves. Instead of, if you feel like you have good brush control in like a specific direction, rotate the model. So like I find it easier to get to certain angles from the inside. So like the top of this might be difficult at this angle. But if I spin, it makes it a little easier. Hi, Nim. So yeah, we're just going around. Luckily this, we don't have to do a lot of black lining because it's already basically black. Oh, that's black. Oh, that's black. I think that's pretty good. So where we added some highlights, able to quickly get back to a lighter tone. Hi, Lucas. How are you? Okay. Now I can start to add some white, off-white here. We want to be pretty careful not to overdo it. What size is the model? It's like 50. I mean, it's tall. Where is my Space Marine for scale? So, he's that tall. Yeah, I always just have a Space Marine nearby for scale purposes. Don't you? If you constantly got asked how big is that model, you also would have a Space Marine just laying around. Because basically everyone knows how big a Space Marine is. What is that? Inferno, thanks for the tier 1. 15 months. Appreciate it. Yeah, we measure things in Space Marines. the Space Marine might be the most ubiquitous miniature that exists. You might not have played, you might not have ever painted one, but you damn sure seen one. You can't just say firstborn, because not all firstborn are the same size either. We talking 3rd edition, 2nd edition, 5th edition? Even the new Horus Heresy ones are taller than the old ones. Yeah, when you're doing this trim, filigree, whatever you want to call it, just take your time, be careful. If you make a mistake, you can always come back and clean it up. It's important that your paint is fluid, but not too thin. If it's too thin, it'll want to run into the recess. We want it painting on top of the surface here. Nope, ring finger is taller than this guy. Pinky finger? Slightly taller than pinky finger. When you're trying to paint raised filigree or trim like this, do you have any tips for the vertical edges where it meets the surface it's coming out of? Are you talking about like down here? Like here on the bottom? I just take and just use the side of the brush. Oh, you mean like the inside? You just be careful when it comes to the inside edges. Yeah. Hold your breath. Talking about like getting a perfectly clean edge here. I don't like that. Like you can kind of see, you can see like here I kind of overdid it. Well, maybe you can't see. But there I kind of overdid it. So I have to now come back with the black and clean it up. I don't like messages making sounds. How do I stop it from doing that? I don't know. Figure it out later. Where is my phone? Anyways, all right. So here, right now, I'm gonna come back with some slightly thinner black, and I'm going to very carefully try and get that brush into the corner. And then to get into this corner, I have to flip the model around. So I can push the tip of the brush into the corner. Get a very clean line. So again, rotating the model to make it easier for you. How's my spool journey going? Getting faster on the rowing machine. I am down 6 pounds since Adepticon, which is 2 weeks. Not that much. 2 pounds in a week is achievable. And then if you're, well, I'm currently 212. So, you know, obviously if you're bigger, you can lose more. But yeah, I've been doing about 2.5 to 3 pounds a week for the past 5 weeks or something like that. So. In terms of strength, still don't have pull-ups back yet, but I've been doing rows and some negatives. I will let you guys know when I get my first pull-up back. Should I make a fitness channel in the Discord? People could track their gains or their losses. Give each other some encouragement. Focus. Miniature painting is very sedentary, so gotta get up and move around a little bit, you know? Debo Strongman, he was doing some muscle ups on the gymnastics rings while he was here. Mark with a C? Yes. He does. How were the burgers? The burgers were delicious. Little bit of correction right, you know. Yeah, Sam is also quite swolly. So is Steve Garcia. And Andy. You guys might not know this, but Byron's also shredded. He's a rock climber. Byron is very unassuming. I got to see some of your pieces at Veracruz this past weekend. It was very cool to see them in person. Thanks. Glad you got to see them. It's pretty crazy, right? Just the sheer number of figures in there. Yeah, it's pretty nutty. I'm assuming you were at Mark's class. All right, let's zoom out for a second so you can kind of see where this is going, right? There you go. This one's going to be the worst part. That are the shoulders. Like, I don't know what the heck is going on up here. We need to add some highlights to these two while I'm just thinking about it. Yo, where my screaming god at? Hi, Sean. Hi. thought it was, but it's supposed to be on the way. I don't think we've talked about it, but there's that new Kill Team expansion coming out where you can play as like big monsters. I kind of want to paint a dreadnought if it's cool. I'm pretty into I like dreadnoughts. Yeah, the Red Terror is also pretty cool, and I will probably paint one to go with some Raveners. So it's not really a kill. The Red Terror is not really a kill team. And the whole preview is a little vague, but it basically sounds like you'll be able to play like a variation of kill team where you replace one or something of your operatives with like a big monster thing. So you can either like fight against them as like the MPO thing, or sounds like you can play with one on your team. Richard, that is a good question. I don't know how fast it would deliver. I still need to talk with Andy. He's a little busy at the moment. I promise it will happen. How do you guys fight the urge to pick up so many paint lines? You just find the colors that work for you. You got a problem, man. I really just use the colors I like. Messed up a little spot. Oh no. Oop. Ask me how I've been? I'm good. He's not done yet, you know. And oh man, this guy actually ended a campaign before. Like a jerk. And my foot's falling asleep. He is feeling pretty appropriately clownish now. I guess not clownish, but you know, you get what I mean. Victorian era clothes are pretty clownish looking, to be fair. So, with filigree this small, you might mess up. It could happen. If you do, don't sweat it. We'll just come back and paint the negative space and clean it up. What's that? Snaggus, thanks for the prime. Appreciate it. Is there a final boss? There is multiple final bosses. It depends on what campaign you're playing. What's it called? The Screaming God actually comes with a new final boss. But currently the final bosses are the Gold Smoke Knight God Hand, and then if you're playing the Dragon campaign, it's the Dragon, and if you're playing the People of the Sun campaign, it's the Sunstalker. Hi, Nacho. Hello, thanks for the raid. How are you? How was your stream? Buenos tardes, Ramon. I just think of that line from The Gentleman. If you've never seen The Gentleman, you should watch The Gentleman. It's a very good movie. Es un buen película. Es una buena película? Yeah, there you go. Thoughts on the series compared to the film? I didn't know there was a series. Is it good? Who is the most challenging fight at the moment then? Also, no. No, I haven't seen it if there's a series. I don't have Netflix. Who's the most challenging fight at the moment? That's up for discussion. I think that's also up to opinion. Because there is like fights where you could argue that certain guys have the highest stats, but I don't find like the fight that challenging. Like the level 3 king should be fight quite hard, but we kind of absolutely destroyed him. And the Gold Smoke Knight should be harder than, like, as a final boss, he should be harder, but I absolutely hate the level 3 Phoenix. I cannot stand that fight. He is super annoying. I just don't have Netflix because there's nothing I really want to watch on Netflix. And I don't watch that much TV to begin with. Paramount Plus is worth it at the moment if you like UFC. Significantly cheaper than the pay-per-views. Hi. Hi, Shannon. How are you? We're just hanging out painting a little man. A little slender man. I'm good. I feel like I could go crazy and try and do something really fancy on the rough, but no, I don't think I will. Just get it done. Why did this ever go out of fashion? Who doesn't want to look like one of those dinosaurs from Jurassic Park, the spitting ones? He's technically right. I don't know, dude. Maybe he's just got really wide hips. You ever think about that? You body shaming him right now? Maybe he's got some crazy hip bones. I don't know Slenderman's anatomy. Clearly his hands have weird proportions, so. My guy's out here just trying to drag people into a dark, watery abyss. Hello, Depot. I also miss Sussman and Bjornath. Bjornath. Hello. Thanks for the follows. I was so locked in on painting this roof. Too bad. So I think for these parts, I might also just paint them white and then like do a wash over them. I think they're supposed to be like lace or something. If a similar sort of pattern to these parts. But I also have to go around and do all the edges on all this stuff. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. Now I'm thinking like the center of his chest should just be white. Let's do that. Like there should be a white stripe going all the way down. It helps break that line up a little bit. Do I still have him? Yeah, he's right there. Yeah, he's very heavy. I mean, I made a special handle for him, and it was still very heavy. What's like, I don't know, dude. One big enough to hold him? It's not like I have measurements for it. All right. Still a lot more trim left to go, but starting to get the idea how the trim looks. He has like 2 metal pieces on him. And we still need to do the face. I guess I could do buttons of his cuffs, like his cufflinks metal. Anyways, I'll be right back. What to work on now? Let's work on his face a little bit. How about maybe that? We used some of this guy earlier. And if I remember correct, it was this. A little this. You only need a tiny bit to work on this small area. And I could probably just use that one as the last one. It'll be fine. So let's introduce some magenta into these weird facial vein scar things. Yes, there is new Invincible and the boys, and I will say that I'm getting a little tired of the boys, to be honest. I don't want to talk spoilers, so I won't say, but there was two particular things that annoyed me in the first two episodes. Maybe? No. I will just say I don't like the inconsistency of speedsters in media. That's what I'll say. Sometimes they're fast enough to stop time, and then the next moment they're not. Like, they're just, oh, this guy can keep up with them. And you're like, yeah, that makes a ton of sense. But that's just a problem with speedsters in general across media, is they don't know how to, like, no, I'm gonna need this. They just don't know how to, like, write that, so it's pretty annoying. We gotta figure a way to get rid of this guy so that he doesn't just instantly solve every problem. The Gentleman Paints. Hello. Thanks for following. Literally any movie with Quicksilver in it. Hold on. Ishil Win. Hello. Welcome. So just trying to get these scars. And then if I need, I can come back and apply another wash or glaze, whatever you want to call it, to kind of bring it back in. Let me get a nice highlight on his forehead. Yeah, man, gotta get a good shine on it. I'm not necessarily going for blood. I'm going for like just a scarring or something. But no, I wouldn't try and do. I mean, I guess you could do it like ink veins or something. I don't know. But that's not necessarily true because these veins, right, are not red, more red than my surrounding skin. They're actually more, you can probably see it better on my wrist because it's more pale, but they're not more red. All right, and just a little bit more. There we go. Now he's got a nice shiny dome. Okay. It looks all right. And then we'll take and mix some of the blue with some of the magenta. And it'll give us this like actually, it's quite similar to this color. And then we can come back, try and underline some of these. Build up that pinkish color. We don't need to be too detailed with it because it's not really supposed to be like it's not like it's his face. It's just like scarring on his face or whatever. On his non-existent face. Slenderman makes some good springy noises. It's a total cutie. Think about how many people he could hug at one time. They're going to be venom tendrils, so they will be black, but like a more oily black, like a shiny, glossy kind of black. Same with the leather boots, or his leather shoes, and his fingernails will all be a more shiny black. So much brighter highlights than I did on the black cloth. And then he's going to have black water spilling out from around his feet. Because he teleports. And I assume that he like sinks into the black water and reappears elsewhere. That's my headcanon for how his teleportation works. Storytelling through painting. Here's some details you'll never see, because when he's on the table, you can't see these, but whatever. Exactly. We would do it for the love of the game. Might be wondering why I'm blowing on the miniature there. Because these little bubbles will get into these holes. And I'm trying to pop the bubbles. Because otherwise they dry weird. Get these little tiny micro bubbles that you got to get rid of. Okay. What's next? What to do next? Well, I need to do some of this here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take some of this white and I'm going to remove some. So you can see it's like, need to load the brush more. And then I'm going to, normally I don't do this, but I'm going to remove some on the towel so we get it more like a dry brush. It's not a full dry brush, but I'm using it pseudo like a dry brush and using the side of the brush here to paint this lace without like filling in all the little circles. Anyways, good enough. And there's more filigree to do, particularly on his back and shoulders. Yep. Okay. Oh, I need to paint a little bit of primer. Didn't get all the way into some of these spots. Let's just fill that in. Hi, Scott. I'm good. Have you painted the Cyclops or the Potion Maker from KDM? I just got them in a trade. Like the Cyclops Knight. You talking about him? And if you are, I have not painted either Cyclops. But there's a Cyclops Knight. And the Potion Maker is the lady where she's like holding the bottle. I have not painted that one either. I'm mostly stuck to so anything that comes in like a brown box is not an in-game model. They're like exist outside the game. The survivors, yeah, I try and just do. So mostly I just paint monsters and survivors that are usable in-game. Hi, JC. So, let's do a little blue for the, like a bluish, but I want like a slightly more turquoisey blue instead of like, yeah, this like ultramarine kind of blue for the leather and the tendrils. So I'll grab this guy. Yeah, not every model has like in-game representation. Some of them are just like cool, you know? They're just cool models. So it might be hard to see, but when I thin it out, you should see that it's got a bit more of a teal, kind of a teal tone to it. So it'll give me a little bit of variation from the more purples and sort of ultramarine kind of bluish tones that we have. Because I want something different than his clothes. So let's see how it looks on his boots. Yeah, that'll work. What? Are the campaigns linear or just standalone where it doesn't have to be done? Wait, have to be done to be part of the game? The campaigns are the game. I don't understand the question exactly. There are expansions, and there are expansion campaigns. Like there are campaigns that you cannot play without expansions. I understand that this is difficult to see. Always tough to paint black on camera because it is very subtle. It looks so much more contrasted to me. But we're going to jump up in value pretty quick here because we're going for like a shiny sort of patent leather look. Next comp for you, Eric, judging or competing. I won't be competing until SMC. Next comp I'll be at is MPO. Yeah, I basically can't compete until Monte and SMC and Monte. I'm everywhere, dude. I'm all over the jet setting. That's correct. Oh yeah, dude, I got that silver medallion status, you know what I'm saying? Get out of your stray hair. Okay, just try and blend these highlights in a little bit. That was loud. Some people setting off fireworks? What the heck is going on? Could have been a truck, I guess, but. Restore some of the black here with just a glaze. Try and tone that back in, and then we're going to add one more little pop of highlight to the boots. He has little plates on top too, so those are going to be metal. Add just a touch of blue, ultramarine also, just to tie it in a little bit. Shiny. Look at them shiny shoes. Yes, Banshee is a huge Madrid Atletico fan. So that's essentially what we're going to do the tendrils also, is to try and make them this sort of shiny black. So we get these two different blacks. We get this like purplish black cloth and then this more teal black leather. You may have seen something similar on a gaunt recently. A very large commissar. Hi, Mark. How are you? Where are you right now? In Atlanta? Are you on an airplane? In the ATL. It's 8 o'clock. When's your next flight? I'm guessing it's direct to Barcelona, but Barcelona is a pretty big airport. Barcelona is a weird airport too. It's like super long. It's just like one long line. I guess Denver's kind of similar. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me that there's no direct stop or direct flight from Barcelona to Vegas. I need to speak to you and David Benegas about a trip this year. Or should I just contact Alesh? Okay, well, the fingernails are pretty shiny. We'll put one more dot just to make them super glossy. All right. So that's kind of the idea, or that is the idea for the black shiny parts. So that's how the tendrils will be painted also. So I got to paint the tendrils, the rough, this thing. Still need some more lights, and then we've got some more filigree to do. I will take a quick break because it is getting hot in here. Summertime in the room over the garage. Woo! Love it. If you can't tell, I'm looking a little moist. But yeah, I'm gonna take a quick break, and then I'll come back and maybe work on the I don't know, the filigree some more. We'll see. Be right back. Let's add some actual white to the palette. We're going to push the ruffles a little bit more. So we'll push these final highlights a little bit further on these parts, just around the neck here, where we can get some slightly more satiny sheen to it, maybe. Hi, Steve. Guys, never use white. Don't ever use pure white on your miniatures. Burp, 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 burp. Okay. So that, and then we'll do some dots on the lace parts. Good enough. Okay. And then a couple dots on the little sleeve here. Do what you want, man. I don't ask anyone to prime or sub. People are silly, Steve. There's nothing wrong with using pure white. I think it comes from the fact, like, the tip that you should try and save it for the very end and like not jump to using pure white too early is typically where the confusion comes from, because people take advice out of context all the time. Like, yeah, don't jump straight to pure white. Thank you, Brutal Burrito, for the tier 1 11 months. Yeah, get them parts. Love these hard to reach places. You know what? Hard to reach means hard to see, so... How much? All of it? He has all the filigree back there. Yeah, that's always the annoying part. Accidentally touching part you already worked on. Do you ever paint game models in subassembly? It depends. Like, this is one is not annoying enough for me to care to do it, but some of them I do, yeah. Just depends. It always comes down to effort for me. Like, is it going to make my life easier or more difficult? Like this guy, I don't think there's really that much. It wouldn't have helped me that much to do it in subassembly. So I didn't really care. Where some models I might say like, yeah, no, it's for example, the Gravis guy I did for my Death Watch kill team, he is like his giant gun I left off because it is very large and in the way. But yeah, my general answer always to do you subassemble is yes, if I think it will save me time or headache. Otherwise, no. a figure I am painting right now for work that's not Slenderman is in sub-assemblies because the figure has crossed arms and there is plenty of details that you can see like between and behind the crossed arms that would be a giant pain to get to if it was fully assembled. So the arms were left off. Anyways, get some non-metallics here on his little, I don't know what the heck to call these parts of his shoes. Give him some shines. When you don't have really good reference, how do you know where to place Slenderman highlights? Experience, math, physics. Wish I could give you a better answer, but you just kind of study and look at how metallic reflects, and over time you will paint enough non-metallic and you start to get a feeling for where the highlights go. Until eventually you can place them on instinct. Like so. The rule of cool is also a thing. Then you just, you're out of luck. You better take a good reference photo. All right, I think I'm going to call it there. Obviously, I still have to do the tendrils, but the tendrils are done in the same way. If you want to know another way to see the highlights, like you can kind of see them on the black here. And if I wet the surface, it will show up even more. So if I want to make his tendrils look all glossy and wet, and I just mimic where I see the highlight positions when it's wet. Obviously, if I move it just like a couple degrees, it all changes. So the trick here is to just be consistent. Make sure, if you do this, make sure you're like holding the model at the same angle as you do it. But yeah, that's where the Slenderman got to. Close to done. But just annoying details to do. And then the base, that could be pretty cool.